And good morning, Ms. Fatumah Mirembe. Okay, the online audience, please confirm if you hear us. Can I hear someone shout? Okay, thank you very much, Farouk. Okay, so it is my honor this morning to welcome everybody, to welcome all of you to Ms. Fatumah Mirembe's PhD defense. Her dissertation title is Archaeometallurgical Investigation of Iron Production Technology in Butiru, Eastern Uganda. Ms. Mirembe was supervised by Associate Professor Elizabeth Kyazike, who is with us in the room. You're most welcome, Prof, and we thank you for the support given to Fatumah. Her second supervisor is Associate Professor Julius Lejju, Bani from Barara University of Science and Technology. Professor Lejju is not able to join us here physically, but he should be online. With us in the house, of course, is the panel of examiners, and we also have the most important, second to the candidate, most important person, without whom this defense cannot proceed, and that is our opponent, Dr. Morgan Andama, all the way from Muni University. Dr. Andama works in the Department of Biology and the Faculty of Science at Muni University. Dr. Andama, you're most welcome, and thank you very much for making time to travel all the way from Muni to be here to support us as a department, as a school, as a college, and as a university. Okay, so we have the panelists. I will begin by introducing Dr. Rachel Dungu from the Department of Development Studies, Dr. Charlotte Mafumbo from the Department of History, Archaeology and Heritage Studies, Dr. Simon Rutabajuka from History, Dr. John Valijira from History, Dr. Edgar Taylor just stepped out, but he will be coming back. He's a member of the panel. The other member of the panel who is not here present, but I have all his questions for the candidate, is Dr. Bob Nakeleza from, he's from geography, right? Yeah, so he's not here because he's also chairing another event somewhere else, but he sent in his questions for the candidate. So when the time comes, I will present the questions. And of course, I forgot to introduce myself again. My name is Pamela Hanakwa. I am chairing this session, but in addition to chairing the session, I'm also a member of the panel. And I would like to say congratulations to Fatumah. It's been a long way sitting with you, sharing with you an office for 11 years and seeing us get to where we are today. Very proud of you and really wish you a good presentation. So in terms of how we proceed, yes, we shall give the candidate up to 35 minutes to take us through her presentation. But this is not to suggest that you lose your breath in the event that time is running out and you still have more slides. It's your day. Take us through your presentation. And then we shall have up to 60 minutes for the opponent or independent reader to engage with the candidate, 30 minutes for the panelists, and then 20 minutes for all of us all in the audience. Farouk, is everything okay? I said to go. Okay. So without further ado, I would like to welcome the candidate to take us through her work.
Thank you very much, the Dean and the chair of this session. I'm really glad to see everyone present online and physically in this room. This is it. This is my research that is titled An Archaeological and Archaeometallurgical Investigation of Iron Production Technologies or Technology in Butiru. That is an area in eastern Uganda. And this is how my presentation is outlined. And before we go any further, I would like to describe some concepts that might make it easier for us to be following. First of all, I'm in the Department of History, Archaeology, and Heritage Studies, and I'm an archaeologist. So when we look at archaeology, it is a study that looks at the reconstruction of past human life ways using material remains that were left behind by people that existed a long time ago. So my specialty is in metallurgy. So when we look at metallurgy, it is a science and technology that is concerned with metal properties, metal production, and metal purification. And on the other hand, archaeometallurgy combines both archaeology and metal science to uncover and understand how early humans discovered, processed, shaped metals, for instance, the bronze, iron, and gold. Then that takes us to technology. In the context of iron production, technology refers to the knowledge, the tools, and processes used by early societies to extract, process, and shape iron into usable forms. That is to say, from mining and sourcing the ore to smelting, to the forging, to the crafting, until the end when we have tools, weapons, and ornaments. So my study is looking at iron production, and I would want to talk about iron production, that it is sometimes used concurrently with iron working, but these two statements or these two concepts kind of differ, whereby you find that when it comes to iron production, it is the whole process from sourcing the iron ore, finding out where the iron ore is, to the process of smelting, and then the forging into usable products. That is the tools I talked about. That's tools, weapons, and ornaments. And then iron working is specifically working on the bloom. The bloom is the result from smelting. So when they work on the bloom by annealing, casting, tempering, and shaping it into usable products, that is what we refer to as iron working. Sometimes it can be referred to as smithing. And then iron production can be referred to as smelting, because this is the actual getting of the iron ore, putting it into the furnace, and then adding charcoal, and then we have combustion, and then temperatures rise, and then we have what we call the iron bloom, or what we call the outcome that is ready to be smithed into usable products. Well, when we look at the archaeology of the world in terms of metal technology, we find that metals have been occurring in different areas. For example, when you look at Europe and Asia, you find that they had the Bronze Age. When you look at Northern Africa, you also find that they had the Bronze Age, they also had the Copper Age. But when we go to Sub-Saharan Africa, we have the Iron Age that follows closely after the Stone Age period. So my main emphasis will be on the Iron Age, that because I'm working in Sub-Saharan Africa. And the Iron Age was a transformative chapter in human history that reshaped societies and economies. It kind of revolutionized tool making, warfare, and especially agriculture significantly in societies that had adopted the Iron Age. When we look at the Iron Age, it constitutes three main periods. We have the early Iron Age that dates between 300 BC to 600 AD. But the most important thing about the early Iron Age is that it came with a unique kind of pottery, a stylish pottery which is referred to as urewe, and it was first recovered in Kenya by Mary Leakey in 1948, where we had decorations that depicted this kind of pottery. We have incising, we have grooves, we have mammulations, we have cross hatchings. These are some of the decorations that describe this kind of pottery. But you find that urewe, as a name of this pottery, it was not only existent in Eastern Africa, but you find that it was even in Central Africa, though we had some kind of variations in the decorations. And it was given it was given different names. For example, it is called Kware, it is called Lelesu, it is called Nkope in parts of Tanzania and Kenya. And when we look at Zimbabwe, it is referred to as Gokomera pottery. But you find that it has these distinctive decorations that suit the category of urewe, which is an early Iron Age kind of pottery. Then we have the Middle Iron Age. This is between 500 and 1000 BC, and it is also kind of portrayed by the pottery that it exhibits. We have the pottery that is referred to as Bodinware. It was first recovered in Rwanda and Burundi, but also in northern Uganda, where it is referred to as Chobiware, of course, a type site name in Chobi, in northern Uganda. So that is the Middle Iron Age. And lastly, we have the Late Iron Age. This was also another time where we have complex societies coming in. They are emerging. We have warfare. We have a lot of things that are going on. But also, this age is portrayed by a specific kind of pottery, which is referred to as roulette pottery. It has decoration elements like wood carve, it has knotted string, it has twisted string roulette. So it is this kind of pottery that portrays these particular age periods. And these are going to be the areas that I'll be looking at as I'm trying to understand the technology of iron production in this area. So why did I even go to this place? First of all, you find that archaeology has been in existence since the 1960s, but emphasis in as far as archaeological studies are concerned was mostly in the western, the southwestern, and the central parts of the country, where we have scholars like Shini who emphasized ceramics and attributed them to Bigoware. Attributing Bigoware to the Bachwezi myth, but also there was a documentation of historical communities and how we are losing the iron smelting knowledge that was done by Andrew Reed in 2015. We have studies by Terry Childs, where she did an ethnological investigation on the among the Batoro to look at the different stages that these people go through as they are smelting iron. Additionally, she also looked at the different kinds of ores that they use during the smelting process, because in this area you find that they had different ores that were referred to as male and female. And that was something unique, but of course it was in this other side of the country. Then we have Elise, since 2007, she has been really doing a lot of work in Western Uganda. For example, she did some archaeological studies in Mwenge, Kochi, Rakai, Kinanisi, Monsa, and all these, she looked at the technologies in pre-colonial kingdoms in this particular area. Then she also looked at how fuels, what kind of fuels are used in the production of iron. She also looked at the symbolic meanings of different iron products or iron objects as they come in. And we also have Humphreys, who tries to look at how iron production was related to the socio-economic societies in these prehistoric pre-colonial kingdoms. So in contrast, when we go to the eastern part of the country, you find that, well, we've had some studies that are concerned with iron production. For example, we have Wamutu 2010. He worked in Torolo and he identified and documented iron production sites. And that is where it ended. I think he was trying to see whether there was any archaeological potential in this particular area, but that is where the study ended. Then we have Tibe Sasa and Jones 2021. They are working in Namingo district and they were looking at how early food production was kind of sustained, how it was done, and well, all that does not look at the technology. But also, in the eastern part of the country, we see that there are a number of studies that have been conducted. For example, on the rock art sites, mostly we have Nyero rock art site, we have Kapir, we have Mukongoro, we have Komuge and several others. But you find that all these studies were basically looking at, they look at some iron age, but they don't specifically look at the technologies, because they try to relate how these people who made rock art, how they okay, sorry. Where did they come from? For instance, who were the makers of this? Is there any relationship between the archaeology and the rock art? But not necessarily on the technologies that are used in producing iron. For example, the processes, the iron ores, the products that come out. And so I realized that there was a gap that needed some kind of attention, where I went in to investigate the nature of iron production technologies in Butiru and some surrounding areas. Butiru, a moment. Butiru is a place in eastern Uganda, and it is located in Manafa district. It is a sub-county, but you find that my research also extended into parts of Namisinda district, because when you're carrying out survey and the way survey is done, you might find that you don't limit yourself to the movements that you're making. So it went out of Butiru, or it went out of Manafa district and extended to Namisinda district. Then what are the theories that really guided this study? I had two theories. The chain operator theory, which is basically an operational sequence that researchers use to help sequence stages to see how an artifact, it's moved from inception to when it proceeds to up to its use life. And this theory was first proposed by Gohan in the mid 20th century, when he was trying to look at the choices that people make when they are looking at artifacts and the technologies that come with it. But also you find that this theory has been used by a number of people in looking at the technologies of iron production in different places, because when you look at the chain operator theory, it is a chain. And when you look at iron production, the way they relate, iron production is also a chain of processes, whereby you have to move from one stage to the next stage. And one stage makes a lot of difference if it is not followed with the other. For example, in iron production, we start with sourcing the iron ore. That is one thing. So when you get the iron ore, it has a number of things that follow it. Then where is the furnace? Construction of the furnace. Then getting the fuel, which is the charcoal that we use in the combustion process. And then the people that engage in the production of the bloom. And then we go through the process of smithing. Sometimes there are certain places where they do the forging. So it was really instrumental in this research to be able to explain the kind of technology and processes that were used by this particular people in Uganda to produce iron. However, you find that as much as the chain operator, in as much as the chain operator theory is very good and it looks at the different stages that are conducted when you're working iron, it has some kind of limitations. For example, it does not necessarily look at the different aspects. For example, different places have different iron ores. There are iron ores that are sourced from the water. Then there are iron ores that are picked from land, and they have different stages that they go through, and they are not all uniform to every place that produced iron. And you also find that iron production is embedded in rituals, and different societies had different rituals when it came to the production of iron. So you find that the chain operator theory does not really pinpoint on that aspect of the cultural aspects of the people and also the surrounding elements, for example, the environment. So in there, I propose to use the practice theory that was first used by Bodin in 1977 when he was trying to understand conflicts from culture and internal laws in Algeria, where he said that skills and habits acquired by people are necessary for shaping people's direction and accomplishing tasks. So the environment you're in and the things you're exposed to really make a lot of difference in your experiences and the things you do in your life. So that is why I also borrowed the practice theory to work hand in hand with the chain operator theory to try to investigate and understand the technology that was used by the people in Eastern Uganda in producing iron. What were the objectives of my studies that guided it up to this stage? My main objective was investigating the nature of iron production technology in Butiru archaeological sites in Uganda. And specifically, I looked at characterizing the archaeological assemblage of Butiru. Reason being that this was an area that I was going into, but I wasn't really sure. Because as you're doing research, you have this problem, but you have to be sure that actually where you're going to, there is aspects that will help you answer the question. So I had to first characterize and document the archaeological assemblage of Butiru. The second objective was examining the technological characteristics and processes of iron production and iron working. Then thirdly, I established the chronological sequence of Butiru archaeological sites. And the fourth objective was to explain the environmental characteristics associated with iron production in Butiru. What methodology guided my study? First of all, I would like to say that I used an archaeological research design where we conduct archaeological surveys, we do archaeological excavations. This was complemented with oral interviews, participant observation, and also desktop research. So when it comes to archaeological surveys, it is field walking. It is whereby you use your archaeological eye. And when I talk about the archaeological eye, you use your eyes to check and scan the ground whether there are existence of any artifacts. And when we talk about artifacts, these are remnants or material remains that were used by people during the past. That is, we have lithic materials. In simple terms, these are stone tools. Then we have ceramics or pottery. Then we have metallurgical objects. These can be iron slag, they can be tuyas, they can be bellows, they can also be furnaces, and probably tools if you're able to find any, but also it involves a systematic and unsystematic survey. For example, in this picture, this is what we call a systematic survey, where you draw a transect line and people are spaced in a way where you walk. It's like one way, you move in one direction, recording and collecting all artifacts that you find on the way. But also, it is not always easy that you're going to be doing systematic survey as the way our land is formed, kind of. We were just lucky that in that area, we're able to find this bare land that could accord us this opportunity to walk through it. But in this second picture, this is what we refer to as unsystematic survey. And unsystematic survey is, if you're lucky to get a patch, you check it out. And we normally also do road up or footpaths. You walk on the footpath and then you try to check if there is any artifacts that you come across. So this is just like, if you get an opportunity, you scan around, you get artifacts, well and good. So that is what archaeological surveys were concerned with. And during our archaeological survey, we're able to actually identify and locate 18 sites. For instance, we got Katsonga, we got Chirindi, Bumurumeti, Bubwayo, Bunabwire, and many others, but we identified 18 sites. And when you're doing archaeological survey, it's also very important because it helps you to map the area that you're trying to cover, and that is where you can draw a map of the area that you did your investigations. Another method that I used was archaeological excavations. In this particular picture, with my team, we're trying to set up a trench at Ruindi site. And when we're doing excavations, it is a systematic way of doing things. We have to conduct measurements whereby we do calculations. For example, if you want to do a 2x2, you have to be really very precise. And when we are excavating, we follow either arbitrary levels or natural layers. Arbitrary layers, this is where you follow excavations, digging like 5 centimeters or 10 centimeters. And the main reason for this is for you to be able to control the artifacts that you're getting from different layers. Because at the end of the day, we need to have a stratigraphy, but also it helps in dating. And dating is one of the things that, one of the objectives that guided this study. So it is really systematic, whereby all the artifacts that you're getting are supposed to be bagged and labeled very, very carefully, not to mix up the layers. I needed data for environmental samples. So in this in this particular picture, this is a depiction of these small holes. We had picked soil samples that were supposed to be used for the environmental analysis. But also during excavation is when we dating samples of, in this particular case, it was charcoal. And 2 years that were found at the bottom of the trench, and we used them, or we had them taken to the lab for further examination. So another method that I used was oral interviews. These were to complement the information or the data that would be gotten from the surveys and the excavations. But also oral interviews are really key in helping you to identify sites, first of all, because you're new in this particular area and you may not really know where these different sites can be found. But if you talk to the people, then they can direct you. If you tell them this is what I'm looking at, you explain yourself, then they can be able to direct you to particular places. And actually oral interviews were really key in helping me identify some sites that I wouldn't have otherwise come across. This was because we had a nice gentleman who was from a cultural group of the Bama Saba. He helped really in guiding us to the kinds of people that we needed to interview, because my method of interview was a snowballing, and I did it purposively because this is a technology, or this is a craft that is really out of service, I would say. It is no longer practiced. It has taken very many years out of practice. So you find that you needed to get particular people who had the memories and the stories that depicted what iron production really was, and probably the processes and the technologies that were used. Because when we talk to some people, you'd find that they will tell you these are stones, but they really destroy our holes. We don't know what they are for, but we are able to find particular people who helped us in this investigation. And I interviewed people between the ages of 50 and 90 years. Being a male-dominated craft, ironworking or iron production is, I interviewed 25 participants, but only 2 were female, because it wasn't very easy at that time to find women participating in this. And these women were actually, I was lucky because they were descendants from the family, their parents working on this, and they had these stories to tell me. So no. I also, in my methodology, I conducted data analysis, which was done at here at Makerere University, but also at Chambogo University, where I was accorded a lab space to be able to analyze materials and also understand the different kinds of materials that I had gotten. I used 2 approaches. I used the qualitative approach that helped me make an understanding of the interviews that I had conducted, but also quantitative approach to help me with the statistics of the many number of artifacts that had come across or I had collected. This study didn't really go without limitations because getting informants for oral interviews was really a challenge. But as I've already elaborated, there was this particular contact person that guided us to people who were able to give us these memories that we are really looking for. And then another thing is that there is issue with land in this place. You find that when they see you with gadgets like a GPS, they see you with recorders, they see you with a compass, they are kind of skeptical, what do you want with their land? But this was also helped with this contact person who first took us to the LCs, and then we explained what exactly we are doing in the area. My research was conducted around a time when the seasons were really wet. So it was really challenging. Like in that particular picture, we left when it was really dry. Coming back in the morning, the trench was filled. But somehow we managed to remove the waters, and what we did going forward is we could get a tarpaulin and cover the trench so that by the time we come back the following day, we are not surprised by such. This study was also conducted after getting ethical clearance from Career Social Sciences Research Ethics Committee. But before that, of course, I went through the grading of the department, the school where I presented my proposal, and it was passed. Then I also sought permission from the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology that gave me permission to go to these particular places. I also got letters of the RDC and the COW, but also letters from the particular places or villages that I was working. When it came to the participants, we sought consent and they signed forms that we were also going to keep their confidentiality, but are also willing to give us information in that regard. So this takes me to the findings. My first objective was characterizing the archaeological assemblage of Butiru. We documented 18 sites. Those are some of them: Hatsonga, Ruhonge, Buhoi, Sibembe, Bumasafu, Bubwayo, Buwaya, Luindi, Bumufuni, Bumurumeti, Bubondo, and several others. And what was the archaeological assemblage that we recovered? First of all, we got pottery. This is a table that shows the different kinds of materials that came out of these different sites. Before I forget, I excavated I did excavations at 5 sites out of the 18, and the 5 sites I excavated 7 trenches. Reason being that, for example, Ruindi had 2 excavation units because you find that materials were not really yielding as expected. So we decided that probably it will be better to sink another trench in a particular area. That is why we came up with 2 trenches in this particular site. But also at Bunabwire, we conducted we excavated 2 trenches, similarly because of the same reasons. So back to the inventory, the pottery came from Bumurumeti, Bumufuni, Hatsonga, and Bubwayo, and several other sites. What kind of pottery were we getting? Like I've already mentioned, we got 2 traditions. We got the Urewe pottery and we got the roulette pottery. These kinds of pottery, for example, Urewe, in this here we have the grooves that run down, and then here we have the oblique grooves. This is a spout that had roulette decorations, but unfortunately they were really fading out and they are not very clear to see. But this is an illustration of how roulette pottery looks like. These are knotted strings, these, and then this is twisted roulette. Then we have this that has punctates and then roulette here. This one also has, this is amalgamations. Those fall in the category of roulette pottery. We got so much, 416 pieces that were diagnostic, because this is a table that had diagnostic materials and also diagnostic. Unfortunately, I would have all the tables in here. We also got lithics. lithics, these are stone tools, and these are stones that really have evidence of utilization. When you look at them, they are not the usual stones that you come across. They were used by people and they were left in there. So I came across lithic materials. This was really interesting. This is an obsidian blade. Why it is interesting is that this is not a raw material that is very common in this particular area. So that means it was exotic. It was brought in from another place because it is not common to this area, whereas these quartz materials are very common in this area. So this being a blade also had something, probably I would need to look at more. We assume it would have been used as a blade for circumcision. That is an assumption, but I just left there in there. But the thing is, this anvil that we recovered at Bubayo, and it is very important when it comes to iron production, because when they are doing a smithing where they put the bloom and then they hit two products like about maybe spears, maybe the sickles and other things. But lithics were not really part of the scope of this study. So I conducted analysis and they were put aside, probably maybe future use, but they were part of the archaeological assemblage that we came across. I also recovered metal objects. This is slag. This is slag. These are residues from smelting, because when they put the stones, the metallic stones in there, and then they them up, when we get the bloom, these are the residues that remain. And they're also very helpful in helping us understand the kind of technique that was used, or the processes that were used in producing iron. These are referred to as tuyas. There are also nozzle pipes that are used in pumping air when producing iron. Another finding in the assemblage were the furnaces, or furnace bases for this matter, because I wasn't able to find a superstructure that was still standing, because like I said, this is a culture, or this is a craft that has been out of service for some time, but also coming across these furnaces was really a very important discovery, because the furnace at Bubwayo was flat in a way, and it measured between 100 and 130 centimeters in diameter, and that would presumably give us a 1 meter height of this kind of furnace. But when you look at the furnace at Bumufuni, it was quite different from the one at Bubwayo. This one had a depression, and it had a width, it had a diameter of between 110 and 120 centimeters. And this variation come in because we have what we call the internal diameter. The internal diameter is 110, and then the outer diameter is 120. These really were key in helping us understand the archaeological assemblage of Butiru and the surrounding areas. Then when it came to the technology, like I said, understanding the technology, we had to use furnaces, the bellows, the tuya forms, and the iron slag. When you look at these furnaces, we really got the bases. So it was slightly difficult for us to get to understand that technology. But from the residues, for example, when you look at this furnace at Momofoni, these are tuyas that were found at the base of the furnace. And this says a lot. There were also very big heaps of slag. That could mean that these furnaces were first of all used once, and then they were broken up, probably because these people were, maybe they were nomads. They would keep moving from one area to another, but probably because they had the materials and resources for them to do this, and so they were able to use it once, or this is the kind of technology and skills that they had for them to work on these furnaces. But the thing is that these two furnaces in Bumurumete and Mumufuni had some kind of similar characteristics. They had this depression, and at first we had thought that this one had a mother hole, but unfortunately it didn't have anything. So we are not sure whether they did slag tapping in this particular area or not. But what we know that when it comes to their technology, they had a two-process kind of thing where they did smithing and smelting. Because when we have a furnace and the way the furnace was and the kind of slag we found in, it is evident that they were smelting furnaces. But also the fact that we found an anvil, that shows that they did smithing for their bloom that they recovered. And these furnaces were made in a way that they used the coiling method. This was evidenced from some pieces of furnace wall fragments that we came across. They had evidence of a coiling, and also you find that currently the way people construct their houses has an element of coiling in there. So probably the technology comes from these early iron production technology to the contemporary people where they construct their houses in that particular way. Bellows are another thing that help us to understand the kind of technology that was used. But unfortunately, excuse me. Unfortunately, you find that bellows, since they are made of organic materials, that is goat skin and wood, they kind of decay and disintegrate. So we are not able to find any bellows. But from the oral interviews that I got, they told me initially these people had bag bellows that were made out of tree bark. And then they were the ones that they used to pump the bellows. But eventually, they kept on evolving and they came to use these wooden bellows. You find that in some societies like the western part of the country, they use pot barrels, whereby even this wooden handle is normally made out of clay. But in this particular area, looking at the contemporary bellows that these people use, they make this wood, which is about 67 centimeters in length. And then they have these pot bellows that are attached here, and they have a width of 30 centimeters. But they also have a nozzle. For example, this is a movable nozzle that they can remove. But when you look at this other bellow, this is a stationary nozzle where the bellow is attached, and these help in pumping air into the furnace during the combustion. And they're very important because the men hold on to these sticks and rhythmically pumping them to push air into the furnace. But like I said, I get any of the other periods, so it wasn't very easy to really understand as far as the technology is concerned, basing on these bellows that are currently in existence. Nonetheless, I also looked at tuyas as another kind of evidence that can help in understanding the technology. We had tuyas that were clogged with slag, and this is an implication that these tuyas were pushed deep inside the furnaces, and they made sure that before the air entered the furnace, it was preheated, and this would help in the smooth running of the combustion in the superstructure, which is the furnace. So I would say that tentatively the technology of producing iron in this particular area employed a preheating kind of method in producing iron. Then when it comes to the slag that was recovered, we had a floor-marked slag. When you look at this slag, these pieces, they are kind of smooth. This is what we call flow mark slag, and this one depicts smithing. But then there is other slag. Other pieces were really huge. I couldn't carry them. We took, we did analysis in there. But this kind of slag that is kind of rough depicts smelting. So you find that the technology that was being used here was a two-way process where we have smelting and smithing. Under technology, we cannot go without looking at the rituals, because rituals are part and parcel of iron production. And there are a number of rituals that were conducted before the final product of iron would come. For example, when you look at places like Tanzania in the Fipa and the Haya, when they were constructing their furnaces, they would put a pot filled with herbs under the furnace, and that would help in winning or protecting them or healing the process, because there were taboos that were involved in the production of iron. For example, you find that particular people were excluded. People were not supposed to have sex 3 days prior to the smelting. So all such events that could probably go unseen, they had rituals to try to avert and protect the smelting process. So in here, it was really difficult to get that aspect of the rituals, but from the interviews that I conducted, at least some of the aspects of the rituals came out. When you look at this furnace, it is sectioned. This was an effort to really dig under the furnace and check whether would keep, as it is evidenced in other parts of the world where they have pots under the furnace before it's constructed. But unfortunately, here we did not find anything like that. But alternatively, from the interviews, I was reliably told that their rituals were conducted under a closed tree that was about 100 meters from the furnace structure. That is where they would put the pot, and then they would put in herbs, like there was a creeping plant, then there were potato vines and other things that were put in there. But also in all of that was in an effort to try and kill this. But also you find that rituals were one aspect of guarding the iron production knowledge, because women were kind of excluded in some societies, and the rationale was that especially women between ages that were ready for marriage, they would probably look at the craft and maybe take it to wherever they were going to get married. So they were kind of excluded. But it is funny that women that were, for example, in menopause, and then these very, very young kids would be allowed sometimes to come close to the furnace. And also, iron smelting was conducted away from the settlement. And in this case, it is evident also that iron production in Eastern Uganda, specifically Butiru, was conducted away from settlement areas, because from our survey and analysis, we didn't find any daub. Daub are particular soils that are used for constructing houses. So if you come across them in a particular place, that is a depiction of a settlement. But when we went around, we didn't find any, in as much as currently you find that the houses are close to these sites. But then that is a clear indication that it was also conducted away from the area. And also you find that when it came to gender, initially, women were not allowed anywhere close to the smelting sites. And one informant told me that actually it was a taboo for a man to go to the kitchen. There was specialization of roles. Women were supposed to stay home, and men would engage in the craft of iron production. So it wasn't happening at all. Women were also excluded in this particular area. Though currently the perception is changing, and it is evident from this particular picture where I was given an opportunity to sit and pump the bellows. And they told me that actually these days, because we have contemporary smithing in these particular areas, that women are allowed, but particular women belonging to these particular families, because sometimes they get a number of orders and the man may not be able to do all the work alone. So they allow the wife and the daughters to sit and pump the bellows. Then my question was, hey, I'm not part of this family, so what he told me, well, it is well, and it is very okay. You can pump the bellows, because first of all, they had already conducted some rituals, because rituals are still conducted even up to now. So he said, if anything, it will be averted. Maybe one thing is, they wouldn't want one who is in their menses to come close to this. This one still stands. But they say that mothers, women are mothers. They contribute a lot to society. So there is no way they wouldn't allow a woman to come close to the furnace. And also, currently, they are doing some rituals. For example, there is a smithy we went to in Bubundo, where we found a piece of chicken put up in the roof of the hut. So when we inquired further, they told us that this was a piece left for the spirits to appease them, because recently they had had the roof go off. So they thought maybe the spirits were angry in some way. So they made some kind of rituals, and they kept a piece of chicken for this for the spirits to also feast on. And at this particular smithery, this is a smithy in Buhoi area. This particular day we went, we found that he had also made sacrifices. We found white feathers, we found particular herbs, and then he explained that since he was conducting a smithing episode, he had to conduct some rituals. And when I asked him why the white, he said this was for purification, and then also appeasing the spirits and the smooth running of the process, whereby it helps to avert, maybe when you're hammering, you don't hit your fingers. When you're putting the iron to the fire, you don't burn yourself. So all that even covered me sitting at the bellow at that particular day. Objective number 3 was establishing the chronological sequence of Butiru iron production sites. And here we had absolute dating. We used absolute dating and relative dating. When you talk about absolute dating, this is where they get we get samples, because my samples were taken for dating were taken to better analytic labs in the USA. They get a charcoal sample, for instance, and then they get accurate dates that place a particular area on particular dates. And in this particular study, this is a sample that we picked from Bobayo. It was a charcoal sample, and it gave us dates that fall in the category of early Iron Age. So already we know that Bobayo site was in existence during the early Iron Age period. And I only took 2 samples because, of course, of the constraints of funds, but this is another sample. It wasn't a charcoal sample, unfortunately, but science has really advanced. We could get tuya and extract organic residues that were also used to get an absolute date of late iron, and this is this falls between 1395 to 1444 calibrated AD. or after the death of Christ. So this date falls in the category of the late Iron Age period. And what I can say about this is that these dates really fall very well into the dating of other iron production sites that have been recovered. For example, in Western Uganda, Ellis and Humphreys and I think Reed, they conducted dating and they realized that iron production in this area falls around the 14th century, and this kind of goes into the category of the late Iron Age period. But like I said, we use two methods, absolute dating and relative dating. When it comes to relative dating, we use the pottery. Urawe pottery is early Iron Age pottery. It falls into this category. And from the analysis, all the pottery got from Bubwayo was Urawe pottery. And when we got the dates, they also showing that this particular site was an early Iron Age pottery site. So that was really a good thing for this particular study. And then Bomurumeti is another site where I got a sample, but it also had pottery that fell into the roulette category, which is the late Iron Age pottery. In dating relatively, we use existing evidence to relate to what is in existence in another area to be able to tell the dates. And in this study, I got 3 furnace bases, but unfortunately, I could not date all the 3 samples because of the funds that were available. So I looked at Mbumufuni sites, which had a furnace base that was exactly having the same characteristics as the furnace base at Vumurumeti, but also it had pottery that fell into the late Iron Age pottery. So relatively, I dated Bumufuni site to also be in the category of late Iron Age period. Then there is this other site that is referred to, or that was referred to as, which is Asonga. This site was really a very good site, and that is where I recovered the anvil. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to conduct excavation there because of a number of reasons. They didn't want us to excavate unless we had given them a big sum of money, which was around 1 million or more. They had a committee actually. The time I went for excavation, I found the committee seated. They said, unless you pay this money, you can't, because you people are going to get rich. So in as much as I explained that we are actually students, we are researchers, we are trying to preserve our heritage, it fell on deaf ears. But what we got is we found mixed materials in terms of pottery. We had early, that is the Urawe pottery, but also the roulette pottery. So we had mixed materials, and it would be really a very good thing if we are able to excavate at this site and be able to verify what we have there. That takes us to the 4th objective, which was establishing or understanding the environmental dynamics, and we used phytoliths evidence to be able to understand the kind of environment that was in existence during this time, or during the time of producing iron. We got samples from the 5 sites that we had excavated, but we also got plants, live plants that are in existence right now. And added to the soil samples, we are able to get proxy data, which is in which were phytoliths. And when you look at phytoliths, these are tiny, minute particles that are absorbed in plants during its lifetime. And when it decays or dies, these are released into the soils. And when you're conducting analysis, you find that they are shaped differently for different plants. So you're able to have these identifiers tie different plants to their different families. And here, we recovered different morphotypes. For example, we had the fan-shaped, we had the dumbbells, we had the cross-shaped morphotypes, the O-language, then the rugose and the point-shaped. And when you look at these records, they showed, for example, this is a record from Bubwayo, and from the analysis, you find that there was intense human activity where we have these charcoal remnants appearing in very huge numbers. This is an indication that actually these human activities were, of course, iron producing episodes. But you find that during this time there wasn't a lot, and then it was a kind of forested environment, meaning that there wasn't a lot of work that was being done. The same applies to this is in Bumurumeti. You find that there wasn't a lot of action in some places, but then at times you find that then they did iron, but though it wasn't very intense. And when we look at the environment and iron production, because you don't conduct iron production in an area that does not have resources, and we see that there is actually an impact of iron production in the environments where it was being conducted, because you find that some tree species kind of went out of, they went into extinction, they are no longer there. And what I want to say is that unfortunately for me, in as much as I got charcoal remnants, I wasn't able to identify the tree species that were used in this smelting episode. So probably that would be a study for maybe the future because of the time constraints and of course the fund constraints. This analysis was conducted at Mbara University with the help of my supervisors. So I'll diverge into the discussion. What is it that happened? I had 4 objectives that I was working with, establishing the archaeological assemblage of this area, and I got a pottery that fell into the category of Worewe and relate pottery. These are early Iron Age pottery and late Iron Age pottery. I also came across slag, tuyas, furnace bases, stone anvils. Then I came across lithics that were tentatively categorized into the Middle and Late Stone Age periods, because we came across some scrapers, cores, blades, and debitage. When it came to the technology, iron production in this area is a 2-stage process of smelting and smithing. They assumed to have, from the furnace bases, we assume that they used furnaces that were of a short shaft type, and they most likely used it once and then constructed another one when they were having another episode, because you found that slag was all dumped in there, it wasn't removed, so there was no slag tapping, and they used these furnaces once, but also they constructed the furnaces using the coiling method. When it came to the 2 years, still under technology, they exhibited clogged ends. That was an indication of a preheating kind of technology when producing iron. The slag we came across had low magnetism properties. This is an implication that probably these people were really skilled in the craft that they were doing, or the kind of iron ore they were using was really good, and it would help extract all the iron out of it. So the residues were really low in iron content, that is the low magnetism. When it came to dating, the sites have revealed that we have early Iron Age that falls between 424 to 564 AD for Bubwayo, and then the late Iron Age that falls between 1395 to 1444 AD for the late Iron Age at Bumurumeti, Bumufuni. And then, of course, iron production had an impact on the environment, whereby when we look at forested zones, it was an implication that there wasn't a lot of human activity then. But then, where we have intense activities, we got a number of evidences. What is the conclusion of this research? I went out to investigate the nature of technology that was used in iron production in these areas, and we identified that artifacts, of course, fall into the early Iron Age and the late Iron Age period, dating back to those particular dates. These are supported by Iron Age pottery of Urewe from EIA and relate from LIA, suggesting that iron production in the study area is aligned with other places across East and Central Africa. What are my recommendations for this study? Archaeological investigations have really left the cultural history and the narration of artifacts that are recovered, and it is becoming more scientific. First, there is a need to investigate the chemical and the mineral composition of materials, for example, the slag, for a deeper understanding of the technologies of iron production, for example, the temperatures that sustained the efficiency of the production. Also, like I said, the site of Hatsonga, I really got a huge challenge because I couldn't excavate. So I think that would call for sensitizing the community about archaeology. Probably we can draw up policies that can be put in place to promote the coexistence of sites and the communities, for them to understand that actually this is our heritage, we need to have it with us and we can exist with it because it is for the future. My contribution to the field of archaeology, this was an area that had really limited knowledge as far as technologies in iron production was concerned. So my research has expounded the boundaries of existing knowledge of archaeology and specifically iron working or iron production. And from the acquired dates, iron working was practiced from the the early Iron Age period, which was gradually transmitted to the later generation during the late Iron Age. But most importantly, the technology has continued into the contemporary communities, though there are some changes because these days they no longer do the smelting, but they do smithing using a scrap metal, for example, cast springs, old hose, and a number of other metals. And because this is a place where we have circumcision, from an interview, they told me that these people do not use any exotic knives. They have to use indigenous knives for their circumcision. So the technology is still ongoing and it is still a going concern that really helps us understand our heritage, but also our place as far as archaeology is concerned on the Ugandan map and probably the world at large. During my journey, I was able to publish an article titled Characterizing the Archaeological Assemblage of Kaiso in the Ugandan Albertine Rift. But also I have 2 papers still under review with those titles. I would like to thank the Geda Henkel and the Choose Coordination Office, specifically Dr. Edgar Nabutani and Dr. Levis Mugumya for the generous support and funding of this study, not forgetting Esther Namitala and Duncan Muhanguzi, who have been so helpful in giving me information, advice, and everything. Whenever I go to them, they would really be helpful. Please, thank you so much, and pass on my acknowledgement to Duncan. I also want to thank the Andrew Mellon Foundation that availed me with funds that helped me to conduct my pilot study or preliminary study before I could go for the actual study, because you need to have an idea of the kind of equipment, of the kind of sites that you're going to be able to have a smooth running of the project. But also we take long times being in the field. I needed to find places where we can sleep and all that kind of thing. So the Andrew Mellon Foundation and Dr. Pamela Hanakwa really availed me money to do that, and I'm really grateful. I can't forget my mentors, Associate Professor Elizabeth Kyazike and Associate Professor Lejju Julius, who have been very instrumental in this journey. It has been a long journey, but fortunately, this is where we are. I'm really grateful. For my dean, Dr. Pamela, thank you so much for the ears, the advice, and everything in there. I would like to pass my thanks to the entire Department of History, Archaeology, and Heritage Studies for the support, for everything. When I wasn't around, those people who took on my courses, that was really helpful for the completion of this study. Last but not least, I want to thank my cohort mates. I won't mention names. You people have been so accountable. You've been my accountability partners in this journey. You'll be asking questions like, Fatumah, what are you doing? Fatumah, it doesn't end here, please, please. So I'm really happy and I'm really grateful for that support. Lastly, I want to thank my research team. It was really instrumental in those places where we faced the heavy rains, language barriers, but we are together as a team, and then you really made my research worthwhile. Eugene, please pass on my regards to other members. Thank you so much. I submit.
Hey, welcome back from Butiru. I have chaired vivas here, PhD defenses here, and I want you to agree with me that this was the most difficult for me to manage in terms of time, because the data is overwhelming, and you just can't stop the student if you want the presentation to make sense to those who are listening. So I beg for your patience and also appreciate that you endured through the more than 1 hour of presentation. Well done, Fatumah, and congratulations for getting to this point. So I think you can sit a little bit. Maybe Maureen should get you a cup of hot water because you're coughing. As we get into the next phase of the defense, which is the engagement with the opponent. Dr. Morgan Andama is here with us. So let's see the intersection, archaeology and biology and history and culture and all that. It's very complex. So Dr. Andama, you're most welcome over here. I think you will come and use this space because of the cameras. The online audience will want to see you. So Professor Farouk somehow decided that the opponent, so anybody speaking, should actually come and speak from here so that the online audience can be able to see who is speaking. Okay, so for the rest of us, you can stand and stretch for 5 seconds because we've been sitting long already, and then sit back and we go through the next phase of the presentations.
Yeah, thank you so much, the head of department and the dean, entire college of humanities and social sciences, and in particular, our candidate, Mirembe Fatumah, for such a wonderful work, which falls in several disciplines. It's really multidisciplinary in nature, spanning from history, geography, geology, biology, botany, I see theology, religion, the list is and needs to have knowledge in all the fields, not only arts, not only sciences, but all the fields. The challenge you intimated of rain, it started rain and it has also ended with rain. And that's a blessing. Okay. Fatumah, allow me to interact with you on your thesis, which was shared with me, and I hope it is the version you have. I've made this report going page by page. Of course, starting with the abstract, precise abstract was written, summarizing the objectives, methods, results, and key conclusions. I would have loved to see the technique that you use for dating the samples, which you sent to Beta Analytical Lab in the abstract as well. That is radiocarbon dating. Also, the significant years you obtained using the radiocarbon dates for the Buayo and then Bufumini periods, that is the 424 to 564 calibrated AD and 1395 to 1444 Cal AD should also be captured in your abstract. It makes the abstract complete. Well, out of curiosity, throughout the literature, throughout the work, there are some literature which span, we can say, outdated. I don't know what you say about that. This classical literature, without more recent publications, you'll give me your wise response. Now, in the background, you have put there that the Iron Age as the final period in the three-age system. It emerged around 1200 BCE. You would never put it in a range, yet most scholars acknowledge that this Iron Age ranges from 1200 to around 600 BC. Even for the African context, it goes up to 300 BC. It will be good to also put this in a range so that all the different ages of Iron Age in the different continents at least fit in that broad range you put. But of course, on page 22, you also clearly indicated that this Iron Age started between 1200 BC and 600 BC. I think it was just an oversight that you did not put it in a range in the background. Now, on page 12, in the problem statement, a plausible statement of problem for the research was actually identified basing on gap in literature, capturing national and local contexts. That was good. In the main objective, if you look at the document, you say the researcher used an archaeometallurgical approach. That is a method. You will just go straight to the statement of the main objective to investigate the nature of iron production, technology, and so on and so forth. that method can go to the method section. Of course, the objectives were smart and all addressed using research questions. I never saw any hypothesis. All these objectives were descriptive in nature, and that is understandable. Now, on page 14, you clearly articulated the significance of the study, of course, highlighting the contribution of the findings to the practitioners or end users, Uganda as a country, and locals, and also how the findings will be useful for new knowledge, but you omitted contributions of the findings to policy, maybe geared towards preserving these archaeological sites, Butiru in particular, maybe due to the cultural heritage, and I thought that should also be captured as a significance. Now, you clearly articulated two theories which guided the study. I pay attention to practice theory in page 20, where you clearly articulated a challenge that the descendants might not fully have the knowledge of iron production. And additionally, the contemporary smiths do not follow the same process that was being followed. Their primary raw data is not iron ore, primary raw material is not iron ore, but all metal is collected as scrap. How did you overcome that challenge? You put it, you clearly articulated, and you went ahead and used still the practice theory. How did you overcome that challenge? In the thesis organization, in page 22, I see thesis organization coming as a section after chapter 1. I thought maybe that will come earlier. It will also describe, it will also tell us where chapter 1 is found. Yeah, referencing style. For some citations, you have also included the volume of the articles. But in page 20, I think it should be consistent with the citation. Now, the literature review in page 24. Of course, article literature summarizing gaps supported by previous studies were provided. What I found with that chapter is the flow in regards to the objectives. You may either rearrange the specific objectives to suit the flow of literature review or realign your literature review following the order of the objectives. Either way works, but there must be a chronological flow of your literature. There were also repetitions of literature information. I have referred to some statements in the literature review section, especially on page 29. You repeated them as they were. I think those ones you can get rid of them. You delve into botany. You mentioned one of the trees associated with iron technology. That is the Acacia nilotica. Acacia nilotica. That's the gum Arabic tree. That's its common name. In page 40, my concern with you is following the correct naming, scientific naming. Acacia nilotica. I've provided it here. The niloticus will be lowercase, both names will be italicized. Yes, please. Answer some, yeah. I think, yeah, that's a good guidance.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for taking the time to go through my work. I would start with you talk about outdated literature. Well, this area I was working in really had limited literature per se, so I really had to refer to that kind of literature that is said to be outdated, but also archaeology, looking at cultural remains that were left behind by past existing people. We tend to go backwards and really try to look at the sources. For example, Hobley did his research in 1940s, around there. I had to look at that because he really had information as far as ironworking was concerned. When you look at Roscoe, he tried to describe the area, and probably it would help us understand why maybe we didn't have such archaeological studies in these particular areas. But I also tried to use a current literature in there, probably something that I can look at to try and improve and look at more recent sources, but there is no way I would run away from this outdated literature. And you talk about the challenge with the practice theory, where people do not have the knowledge of ironworking per se. Yes, it was a challenge, but then it was kind of covered with the artifacts that I recovered from excavation, because the information you get from these materials, we make them talk and we get inference from there. So it kind of helped in covering up this gap whereby they didn't really have information, for example, in terms of rituals. When I was excavating, I really went deep and excavated all the furnaces to find out whether they had these pots that are being talked about in other regions that had iron production, but then there was none. So such was kind of covered with materials that I recovered from excavation and survey. Yes, I'll try to look at the references and have consistency. Then in the abstract, I'll work on that. I would put these additions. Then the policy in the significance, I'll also include it in there, because from the time you got that, I've been really working on improving the thesis, but these are really welcome comments that I can add on to. I will remove the repetitions, then aligning the literature with the objectives. I'll definitely do that so that everything is in a flowing order. The botanical name for the trees, also adjust that accordingly. Thank you. Submit.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well answered. Of course, archaeology has been a paleo area where you study in the past. Those past years are not a crime. Just wanted an intelligent response from you as a student. If we go to in page 50, I saw some contradiction in the chronology in the Iron Age periods, where you put Middle Iron Age between roughly 500 BC and 1000 BC. That is on page 50. Perhaps those BCs were in error, because that makes this Middle Age older than the Early Age. which was around 300 BC to AD 600. You could change these BCs to CE. Now, if we go to chapter 3, the research methodology, you clearly justify the choice of the study area, Butiru in eastern Uganda. And from your presentation, you have just informed us that the district also included the Namisindwe, which went beyond Manafwa. Is this within the 179 square kilometer square study area that you included in your study? Now, out of every location in eastern Uganda, how did you come up with Butiru to go and do your archaeological survey? What guided you to come up with Butiru? Now, okay, go ahead.
To answer.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Why Butiru? When I was writing my proposal, I had a number of sites or areas I'd wanted to work with. And the first site that came to my mind was in Western Uganda, because at that time there was a researcher who took me along as a research assistant, and we found iron working sites. But then I was looking at it and I was thinking, everyone has been working this site. So what new information or data am I going to be bringing to the table? And fortunately, was it around 2018 or 2019, there was a conference at the Uganda Museum, and then they had invited members, cultural leaders from Bugisu, and particularly there was this gentleman. So during our interactions, we were talking, and then I was telling them about ironworking and stuff, and they said, okay, we have these stones in our place. We really have them. And when you look at our area, it is really bare. We don't know anything about our heritage. So how about you come and look at this place? Probably it would be a site for you to work at. So I thought about it, and then I said, okay, this is an area that is really bare, and Wamutu had worked there for his master's in 2010, and he had found some iron implements or iron objects in there for metallurgy, but that was another area in Paya in Tororo. So I gave it a chance to go and check it out, and indeed when I went there, I found some evidence, of course, of slag and some broken tiers. So I decided this is the place. I will have some new knowledge to bring to the table to get an understanding that in this particular area that was not under centralization, there was also iron production, because when you look at Western Uganda and the researches that have been carried out, these people worked in pre-colonial areas that had these kingdoms. So that was my decision, partly to investigate this particular area.
Thank you. That's a better basis, because one will wonder how you can locate sites where you begin excavating those artifacts. It's not just by trial and error. Thank you. Now, in your research design, you indicate that you use the mixed methods approach, of course, to acquire qualitative and quantitative data. Furthermore, you reconstructed the prevailing environmental conditions using soil samples, where you studied the macro and micro fossils in those soil samples. And how well preserved were those materials? to give you accurate information. How well preserved were those plant macrofossils, those leaves, and also the microfossils, the phytoliths, in an open soil sample?
Thank you, Doctor. Preservation was ensured because after excavation on the profile, the wall of the trenches, I collected samples using a bottom-up kind of approach. I would get soil samples from below, then to the next level, to the next level, to the next level, ensuring that there was no contamination as the samples were being collected. For instance, if I had collected from up, then you would expect a sample from the first layer probably to fall into a sample in the next layer, and then that would bring in some bit of contamination. So using the method of bottom up kind of helped in helping the preservation and getting the particular samples in particular layers in the trenches.
Were you able to get intact plant leaves, or most of them deteriorated because of the station conditions?
The plants that we got were the modern plants, like the live leaves. That's what we collected, but we didn't get any like impressions in the soil.
Yeah, because in a paleo-environmental reconstructions, the best archives are swamps, lake sediments, and also the rift system. That's where materials are well preserved. But that doesn't stop one from also getting these phytoliths, the microfossils, also in the soil. Indeed, you can find some, though not well preserved. Okay. Now, the study in the sample and sampling size on page 63, you visited modern smiths and modern materials such as circumcision knives, which you use for inferences. Inferences is to draw information. How old were these circumcision knives? Were you able to ascertain their age to give you a better inference? So how do you use circumcision knives as inference, therefore, for Iron Age period?
The knives, I really didn't use them for inferences in as far as dating is concerned, but the continuities of the technology was what I was looking at. That in as much as production of iron in the indigenous way has been stopped, for example, during that time when the Europeans came in, but you find that these people, in as much as they are no longer smelting, they are smithing, and the evidence we have is the circumcision knives, and they were telling me they do this in the indigenous way. They don't get exotic, but of course you find that cast springs, of course, are kind of contemporary things, but they don't buy knives as in knives, but they get these scrap metals, and they're the ones that they use. So I was basically trying to understand the technology and probably the processes, but not for the dating purposes. Maybe it is something I could look at, but I didn't do that.
Yeah, I was tempted to ask that because you indicated in your document that you used those as inference, for inference. So you needed to specify what you're inferring using these circumcision knives. Yeah, 5 excavation sites were taken as a representative sample in an area of 179 square kilometers out of the 18 identified sites. Were these 5 excavation sites really representative? Were they covering all the 179 square kilometer Would they give you information on the 179 square kilometer? And also the basis for the choice of these 5 excavation sites.
Surface. And then you also find that in some places, when we did excavations, you wouldn't really find something or anything. For example, as we are excavating, we're also moving to other places. And then you would find this place, for example, Bumufoni was like a chance finding. We're looking for a place. They had directed us to a site that had vermiculite. And then they told us, you go up there, you'll be able to find more of what you're looking for. Then that is how we got to it. And then when we excavated, fortunately, we came across a furnace base, and it was really a super for us. So we don't randomly choose, but we, based on the culture remains on the surface, because we believe that what is on the surface may be exhibited underground, and then we set our trench in particular areas like that. Thank you.
One of the decisions was also based on the presence of big features like big trees, which I saw you put in page 68. Choice of site was also guided by presence of features like big trees. Now, what species of trees? Were these tree species preferred for use in iron production, like the Acacia nilotica? And how old were these big trees? From the oral history, maybe.
From the oral history, for example, at Abubwayo, there was a stump that was, how would be the diameter, probably 1.5 meters. That was the stump. It was really huge. And it was close as we are looking at where we are doing our survey. We found that there was some elements of furnace wall fragments, and that was one thing that helped us.
In other words, did you ask the ages of those trees?
No, I did not. I did not ask, but looking at the stump, it would imply that this has been a tree that has really remained for some time. But also, like I already said, these people who are in these places are not the original inhabitants of the place. So probably they wouldn't even know the ages of the trees also, but they just found them there, and it wouldn't be very easy to tell the age unless probably I did more research in there.
Okay. Now, in the document, during your interview session, and also the image you showed to us here of you with the smith, I saw the smith, the faces are exposed, and yet you followed ethical principles of confidentiality and anonymity. It will be good if you conceal the identity of those respondents so that the information is not traced to them.
Okay, I think I'll do that, but he had accepted. He said it would be okay for his to be there, but for confidentiality purposes, I'll try to cover the face. I put the face with his permission.
Okay.
Yes.
Block it, conceal it a bit.
Yes.
In the chronology, I have seen you have mixed up the words, especially datable, that you want to obtain datable samples. Is it datable or datable?
Datable.
Datable, so that you can able to date. Yeah. So make sure you change all of them to be datable. I see you have also, in some sentences, like it's a research proposal, because the researcher intends to obtain. You have already obtained, so rephrase them in reported. Okay. Also, this is where you said you obtain the materials. They are waiting further analysis in the lab. Page 71. I have all this evidence here. You can always refer to them. Okay.
Okay, that would be something to think about, but when you're conducting survey, like we usually we use the archaeological eye, and we look at the ground. If you found me in the field, my head would be like bent low, and I'll be looking. So I am not so sure how to use stratified, but where we find bare land, that's where we use the systematic approach, and then we comb the whole area. So maybe it is something to look at or to discuss with my supervisor, and we see how we can work around it, probably. Thank you.
Okay, soil samples were taken to guide examination of the environmental dynamics of the area. In the excavation units, there are two contradictory sampling intervals. One, in page 81, you said they were taken every 5 centimeters from bottom to top. I see in page 82, every 10 centimeters. Was it every 5 centimeters or 10 centimeters? Consistency or both?
No, I think what I need to clarify is that at particular sites, for example, in Abwire, we did 5 centimeters, but then at Bumufuni and Bumulumeti, we did 10 centimeters. I need to
Okay.
specify that
clearly.
Yes.
A down-to-top procedure was employed to avoid mixing and contamination of the layers to ensure accurate results. If you look at your excavations, especially at the periphery, where the wall of the excavation is, you are getting your soil samples at those walls at the periphery. So during the excavation, how did you minimize the possibility of contaminating the upper layers with the lower downer layers?
Now, what happened with the soil samples is we did it after the excavation was done. Before backfilling the trench, that's when we pulled the soil samples from the wall. It wasn't concurrent that as we are excavating, we get the samples. It was after.
I was pondering if that affected the Bumufumi dates, radiocarbon 14. You said it was not possible due to contamination. What aspect of contamination made this Bumufumi dates, radiocarbon dates, not possible? That is in page 156. Okay. Okay, in your data analysis section from page 85, when I read through your data analysis, it seemed like sample analysis. Which is also correct. You need to do sample analysis. The laboratory procedures, the field procedures, how you analyze your samples. But the actual data analysis, where one will expect to see what statistics and the presentation and analysis techniques, the packages you used to draw these stratigraphies, which I saw here, they were really lacking. I did not find them in your document completely. Maybe you could tell us what data analysis packages and statistical tests did you use to summarize or present your data?
Okay, thank you. I entered information in Excel sheets, and then I drew out the...
All that is not in the work. I just advise you include.
Okay, probably it's something I can include.
Yeah, you can include those.
Yes.
these complex graphs for the phytoliths here. You need to tell us what software
Okay.
you use to draw them.
Okay.
Now, when we go to chapter 4 now, the data, the results, there are some challenges with some of the data in the table, especially table 4.1. You are reflecting 10 sites. Where are the remaining 8 sites to make the 18? Maybe you should make a write-up on the other 8 sites. Then the depths where the pot sets were excavated need to be included. Now, based on the decoration elements, you said the pottery from Butiru was characterized by the 2 traditions, the Roulette and the Urewe. The question I'm tempted to ask is, did this pottery vary down the depth of the excavation, or you found them together at the same profile?
But most of it was from surface collection.
Now, the current pottery we see, what technology is it adopting? What the pottery, this common pottery we see around us, what technology is it adopting?
The roulette.
Pardon?
The roulette pottery.
The current one, yes. The pottery works we see around us. What technology?
Is on different societies have their specific or their particular kinds of decorations for particular pots. Roulette is really common, for example, for pots, cooking pots and that.
Okay. Now on the iron, iron stones, which you saw.
They're actually slag, but they are not molten lava. They were really, because I am not so sure whether molten lava has magnetism. I'm not so sure. You may educate me on that, but also they have a degree of magnetism. And then we have the flow slag, we have the rough slag, the amorphous, and that kind. So it is really evident that these stones have been hit in the previous era. So it is slag.
Yeah, those are the properties which you investigated. It's good, by the way, you did a lot of parameters. It's what is helping you. Okay, I'm almost winding up. The color, the use of the colors of the tuyers said they were brown. Won't you associate those brown coloring to oxidation to be responsible? The colors. Okay. Now, another issue I have with you is identifying yourself so much in the write-up. I also conducted 2 participant observation. I envisaged finding the same. While conducting, I had the chance, I delivered. You see, you are so prominent in the work, and it's not acceptable. You can use the study or the researcher. Remain silent, though it's your work. Rituals. The rituals in this Butiru iron production. In archaeology, I also read that sometimes they say ritual is not what an archaeologist writes when they don't know what is happening at the site. I don't know whether you are not among that. What is the significance of these rituals? For example, even where I saw you here blowing in a bellow. Nothing happened to you. What is the significance of these rituals now in your study?
Thank you so much, Doctor. Iron production in the recent past or in prehistoric times was embedded in rituals because of a number of reasons. They wanted to heal the process because there are taboos that were associated with this. For example, they would say that if they smelted and then they did not get the expected result, then probably someone had done something. For example, like we said, men were not allowed to have conjugal rights with their women prior to the smelting. Women were not allowed to go close. So these rituals were like a bridging element that if anything wrong had happened, then the rituals that they performed would help to avert these evils. When we come to me pumping the bellows, like I said, the day we went to have an interview with the gentleman, he had slaughtered a white rooster. There were herbs he had added. He told us he had also put local brew, and then there was some millet in there. So he said these are performed first of all to appease the spirits, to be one with them, because they say that they get the technology from them. So it is a way of also a way of averting anything that would happen. Because I asked him, you say it is only women in your family that are supposed to sit at to pump the bellows here, but me, I'm not part of the family. What happens? He said, what we did there will avert anything that come up. Only he requested that I shouldn't be in my periods. So those are the rituals. They were for averting anything that would go wrong with the process. They were kind of a healing thing.
Yeah, I know the
Yes.
discussion on the rituals will never end here, but let's just leave it the way they are. You really obtained proxy data for environmental reconstruction using several proxies. Really integrating now this archaeology with the science. It's a very credible work that you have done. Though my only challenge with the proxy environmental data is that down the core, I did not see dates. I did not see dates. So it becomes a bit challenging to correlate it to the obtained dates you have for like Bubwayo and the Bumulumeti. Yes, right. Sorry. Unless you just generalize now, maybe throughout that, those were the episodes of
Let's move from the hard science to this other side. And I would like to invite Dr. Rachel Dungu from Development Studies to talk development studies with archaeology. Dr. Dungu, please.
Can you use this? Hello? Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm clear. Is it morning? Is it afternoon? Still morning. Oh, it's been a little while. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here. Congratulations, Fatumah. For this far, I have a few issues to ask. Starting about 2 or 3 questions to ask, starting from the problem statement. It's a little long, so I am wondering, in one statement, can you tell us what is the problem? Why is it a problem? How is it a problem? And how does your work contribute to international and national development agenda? The second question would then be, is there any new knowledge or information coming to the fore which is different from the previous similar studies that have been done in Uganda? 3, I still go back to chapter 5, Butiru. Under chapter 5, I'm interested in knowing why the slag surface condition was important and what was its role here in your study. Chapter 6, you started here on page 157, if it's the same book, 6.2.2, saying this site was not excavated. However, it yielded many pottery artifacts useful in relative depth. The motion expression presupposes that a lot was lost by not excavating. And I think it would have been critical if you did so, and then it will make us appreciate this chapter's brevity, and then probably more conversations need to come out about the importance of the pottery artifacts. The chapter is a little brief, so maybe you need to give us more information about that. Then I also noted that some of your lists of references are there in the list of references, but not cited in the text. And then the interesting issue of the notion of rituals in Butiru. Iron production, it's the first time gender is appearing in your work in chapter 7, where in this iron production and smelting, which is carefully woven in the general debates on the importance of iron working. And I'm seeing a contradiction a little bit there, where you said that the bellows were female and male. Why then would a woman accessing a furnace be a taboo? Those are my few issues that I want you to clarify. Thank you.
Fatumah, would you rather respond to the questions asked so that you don't end up with a catalog of 30 questions? So maybe if you can briefly respond to the questions of Dr. Dungu, and after her, we'll get to Dr. Balijira.
Thank you, Dr. Richard Dongo, for these questions. How does my work fit in the development agenda? we are looking at preservation of our heritage and knowing the technology that was used in iron production then and in the contemporary times, I think is something that is worthy noting. Because in this era where we are really promoting our heritage, and the fact that these people are doing smithing, circumcision knives, but not only in this region, you find that in other areas they produce spears. They have the sickles, but then there are these tools that are used in the garden to prune banana plantations. These are all locally made. So we still need this technology. We still need this technology. For example, during ritual, is it? What is that? The rites ceremonies in central Uganda, they have the spears. In our kingdoms, these people still use the spears. So the technology is really still relevant and it brings something to the table. And when it comes to the new knowledge, we had Eastern Uganda, like I've already told you, there are studies that have been conducted, but not on the technology of if I try agility and of design from the blades that were being used during that time. So we have new knowledge on the table, and other research or further research can be conducted that I've explained in my recommendations. This side had Songa that was not excavated. I mentioned that it was challenging. It was really a very rich site. It had slag, it had pottery, it had the stone anvil. But the owners of this land wanted money. They wanted more than 1 million. They had a meeting before we arrived. They had I think the head of the clan, they had beers, they had sodas, and we were there. We had gone with our trowels to excavate. They said, no, you cannot, unless you first pay money. We have to have a memorandum of understanding, because you people are going to get rich. You cannot come from Makerere and then come to this rural area and then you tell us you're just doing research. Doesn't work. So we could probably in the near future go back. It will really have a lot of information. The importance of pottery artifacts. We said these different pottery are tied to different Iron Age periods. So they are really important in helping us also getting dates, particular dates for these particular sites that they are recovered. I'll look at the references and try to work it out. And then you ask why, if there were male and female oars or barrels, but then why are women were not allowed? I kind of try to explain that women logically are distractors, first of all. and maybe they talk a lot. So I'm sorry, but you see the smelting process is a tedious process and it needs concentration. So there was no way you're going to have women. But most importantly, you find that iron working was also analogous to procreation. So a woman that was pregnant wouldn't go close to the furnace because they thought that probably if she went there, it would be one way of bringing taboos to the process. They may the furnace may miscarry, so women were not supposed to go there because of that. But also, a menstruating woman was thought to be not clean. And in the same way, it would maybe she would bring issues to this iron that was being smelted for it not to come out very well. That is the reason mostly they were preventing ladies from going close to the furnaces, among other reasons. Thank you. I submit.
Yeah, thank you very much. Fatumah, you have done a good job. And I have liked your chapters, particularly from chapter 4 up to 8. They are systematic. And what was a bit questionable was about the problem statement. But of course, when you were talking, you talked very well. And when I read in the book, in your book, I found something different. So you talk very well, but the write-up, you have also to translate into what? Written one. That one will be the one which will be read by everybody. Yeah. And I don't know whether I have the same copy, the same version. Because beginning from the abstract here, I can see something you need to edit. Just right from the abstract. For example, you have the archaeometallurgical investigation of iron production technology in Butiru, Eastern Uganda, was guided by 4 specific objectives. Where? So there is a problem there. You remove that where. Let me not waste your time. You know what you are going to do. Let me ask you something. You have been using that method, archaeometallurgical investigation, archaeometallurgical. That's the one you are using to investigate the iron production technology over a different period from the ancient, because you are now what? You are using that archaeology from the ancient to the modern. Now we have, that means we have those ancient inhabitants whom you said disappeared. Did you say that? They disappeared. How did they disappear? And what are the connections between these modern ones you are talking about, you have been talking about, some of those whom you participated with, what is the connection? What happened to the others? How did they go? And what is the the technological advancement from the ancient up to the latest ones. So what I have missed here in your work, in your thesis, is that continuity. Technological advancement from the ancient ones up to the modern ones. Did the modern ones take over from the others, or they killed them? What happened? God, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Varijira, for that question. Time goes on, people die, and I can't tell who killed them, really, but in as far as archaeometallurgy is concerned, like I said, it is an approach that combines archaeology and metal science to look at the processes and to understand the technology. I was looking at material remains that remained, the furnaces, the tuyas, the slag, and then the interviews were a complement to the materials that I had recovered. But like I said, the people I conducted interviews with were some of those in that line, the kind of descendants, in as much as the memory is lost, but there are some remnants that they could recall because they are really young. For example, there was an 87-year-old gentleman. He told me his father was a smith, and he used to follow him to the well to collect iron ores at the stream, not the well, at the stream. So really this approach is ongoing, but also when you talk about the continuities, we've said there are areas where we had early Iron Age, the early Iron Age technology, and then it kind of when people advance, they may have some technologies become obsolete and then they leave them behind, or they may move to other places. But what we know right now is that the technology has really evolved, whereby we don't have smelting and smithing anymore because of the reasons as to why smelting was stopped. For example, the deforestation, the torture of the animals, but also the knowledge having died out. But smithing is still ongoing. So it is advancing, and there are continuities with some technologies being put on the side and going on with the others. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, you proceed with the editing. The work is very good. Yeah.
Okay, let's have Dr. Edgar Taylor. Professor Farouk has promoted the candidate to the table. She's been standing for long. That's very considerate of you. No, you'll stand. Okay. That's my laptop is safe.
So congratulations, Fatumah, on this reaching this stage. So I have a few. You probably expect that my questions are also historical. So I'll try to follow up on some questions about change in continuity in how you're analyzing the data that you have. And then I have one question that's a curiosity that I picked up from your presentation. So the first question is about the significance of the oral interviews And you said, if you were able, most people, of course, would just say, we find these things in the ground, they get in the way of our farming. But there would be a few people who would have some specialized knowledge. And I wonder if you could explain a bit about who are these people? What is the specialized knowledge that, how you understand that knowledge? If they were 90 years old, that means they were born in the 1930s. Are they specialized keepers of oral traditions in the way Jan van Sina might describe, or do they have some other role in knowledge about this technology going back to previous generations? So that's one question, and also maybe about how far back your understanding of their knowledge goes. Does it what is the time depth that you think you can learn from these interviews? Second question is, I may have misunderstood one of the charts, but it seems like quite a lot of the material that you found was or a lot of the material that's found in some of these sites is from roughly the 1400s. So there was sort of a concentration in that period. And so I'm interested in what is significant about that period, if the late Iron Age is much longer. Basically, it's a way for historians to ask, how do archaeologists understand change within these time periods? Like there are these very discrete categories like early Iron Age, middle Iron Age, late Iron Age. But how do you understand changes, like concentrations of material in one time period within one of those periods, or not? I hope. And then the last question may be similar, but what is unique and significant about the sites from Eastern Uganda? Is there a different chronology that you're finding? Like, explain for us who are lay people, like what can we learn from these sites? And then my curiosity question, you mentioned that there was that the preheating method was very common in the sites that you found. What is the significance of that? Is that different from other sites in the region, or is that fairly consistent with what other scholars have found? So thank you again for the presentation and discussion. Yeah.
Try and see if it works. If it doesn't, anyway. Press it. Press it.
Thank you, Doctor, for these questions. The significance of the oral interviews and the age of the people. Well, I got a chance of interviewing two gentlemen that are current Smiths, but also they were part of families that were initially doing iron smelting. So the kind of information that I got from them was a bit valid. And then these others, there was a 90-year-old man, there was this other 87-year-old Musei. They were descendants of people that were engaging in iron production. So I think the information that I got from them was kind of valid, but like I said, when you complement it with information you're getting from the materials that you're excavating, then it kind of helps in understanding the dynamics of a particular place as far as in this particular situation, iron production and its technologies are concerned. What is unique and significant about the sites? Well, we didn't have a lot of information as far as the technology and probably the chronology of iron production is concerned in this part of the country. Western parts of the country, but we know how it was done. We have Elise has tried to date, and she dates those sites to the late Iron Age. So if we also get dates in the same continuum, I think it makes we get a wider understanding and coverage of how past life ways were probably being lived. Yeah. And then preheating was basically, there were used a technique that was being used to help in the efficiency of the iron smelting processes, because you find that there are those societies that just put the 2 years just at the holes of the furnace, but then they didn't insert them inside, and those ones had this slag tapping a way of doing things, or of technology, but here it was basically for efficiency and also the success of the outcome, because this air, as it went in there, I think it would kind of not store the process, because if the air is cold as it comes in, then it kind of hinders the process and slows it down. But if it is at the same temperatures with what is in the furnace, it helps in the efficiency of the running of the process. I hope I answered that question. Then there is this other one I really need to think about. Yeah, I'll not answer that one. Thank you, Doctor.
Maybe I'll just I will just swap.
Okay, I think that is something I can look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity, and I'd like to thank Fatumah for this very fascinating work. The findings are really very rich and extremely interesting. I start by saying that as you continue working in this area, I think I would really urge you to look a little more at this question of iron production, because we I mean, from history, we keep blaming colonialism for interrupting the intellectual work that was going on in Africa, tampering with the industrial development that was underway, which we teach at undergraduate level and more or less ends there. So this to me would be an excellent opportunity to revisit this material and try to validate some of those arguments. I have two areas which I looked at, and I have some more questions on your work. The first one is the place of women in Butiru and production. You have answered questions about this and it keeps coming, but I want to urge you to desist from, to go beyond biology, the biological explanations, and important as those might be, they also have something to hide. There were some meanings behind those ritualistic applications. So I wonder whether you are in position to take this a little bit further as a historian, archaeologist. And I want to ask the question in terms of whether iron workers were a privileged group in your findings, especially the oral information. Do you think that iron workers were a privileged group, or this was a skill that was generalized and everyone could just go and do iron working and it ended there? And related to that, was there attendant power derived from specialized skills of iron working? So if you are able to get to this, then to me, that's where you would find answers to this exclusion. And you use the word yourself, exclusion, women being excluded from iron working. So those are the small questions about women. I also have something about the involvement. You seem to want to bring involvement to the center of your work, which is very good. But you are making some big claim. I quote here on page 71, you are saying iron production has been historically linked to environmental degradation due to significant amounts of wood and charcoal used in iron, used in smelting and smithing and refining. Now, from your work in Butiru, are you able to estimate the scale of iron working? Was it some kind of new industrial scale? Was it artisanal? And so how are you able to ascertain that the scale at which iron working was taking place in Butiru can be an explanation for environmental degradation? So those are the are very, very significant. In its own right, you don't have to compare it with any other. It is significant in its own right because the findings, the data that you have, to me, is a contribution in itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Walijira. Sorry, Dr. Utawajuka. I'm sorry. Iron workers in this particular area, from the interviews, they had a privileged, they were a privileged group because not everyone was able to work iron, and there are particular clans that are talked about to have been engaging in iron production, but also there is this place particularly, its name has connotations of iron working. It is called Bupoto. It is a place of iron. Unfortunately for us, probably on our next research endeavor, we were not able to maybe go to the exact places that iron smelting was conducted, but they told us, Bupoto, you go there, that is where iron started, because even people who come from that place are referred to like as iron men, kind of. So there were particular with, of course, other herbs that are in there, and they ask, is this person possessed by the spirit of ironworking, or is it a circumcision? And until the goat urinates, that is when they can tell that actually this is the particular spirit that is possessing this person, and they would work on it. But also you find that these actually the current smiths, when someone is held with those spirits, these are the people that they take these patients to, and they conduct some rituals, and then they are healed. Like they get them bangles, they put on their on their wrists, and then it can, because sometimes the spirit comes when this person is really very young, and to kind of cool it down, they give them bangles. Then eventually, if they decide in their adulthood to go on, they go to these smiths, and then they become apprentices, and then they are taught the craft. Of course, they give them some gifts, and then there are other rituals that are conducted in there. But I also interviewed a person who said they stopped doing ironsmithing because they became born again, and they stopped the craft. So they said, well, when they come, we pray so hard, and it kind of stops. And was did I understand this? Was there attendant power derived from skills working? I think so. I can think about that more. I talk about iron working and having an impact on the environment. When we look at the graphs that we got for phytoliths from phytoliths analysis, you see that there were certain episodes where we have a forested kind of environment, and then there are those episodes where we have a lot of charcoal remnants, and we attribute to this to intensity of human activities, and in this particular case, iron working. And I was told that there are some trees that are no longer in existence because they were really good, and they were the ones that they were using for in the iron production process. So yeah, there is that. Yeah, thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Congratulations, Fatumah. Colleagues, I would like us to observe a minute of silence for one of our very, very senior historian, archaeologist, who is being prayed for now at Okoto, and we are unable to go. But I think the reason many of us stand here is part of the role that he played in archaeology and in history, and that is Dr. Ephraim Kamhanjire. May his soul rest in peace. So thank you, Fatumah, for this beautiful work. And you know that I'm personally elated and happy that you're writing on a region where I'll be spending most of my life after 2 years from here, and that is Butiru, where I am married. So the one thing that came up in this work was for me to relate a lot of what you had done with what I had seen. The first issue that we would like to take from where you have ended is the need for you from the onset to situate this ironworking within Bugisu society, because you talk about the impact on environment. All these stories you've told us are not there in the work, and yet they are very, very significant. Sometimes if you're talking about human interaction and you only explain the pottery and all the others and leave out us, then we miss we miss something. I'll go backwards from the last point you have made about the environment. I think you have cheated us on one small thing, Fatumah. You do mention that ironworking was very critical to agriculture and a growth in agriculture. And this region that you write about has a very, very important geopolitical role in terms of the wealth it has. And you allude to it in the work, but you have not even raised it as a central issue. Why Butiru? You argue that this is a region because of agriculture and its intensity. There's
Intriguing. I really need to go back and understand why 3 days. But in ironworking, the smelters were taken to be husbands to the furnaces. So a husband had to be faithful to this new bride. That is why they were not supposed to have sex prior to the smelting episodes. They had to keep themselves pure, and they were not supposed to be promiscuous towards the furnaces as they were going to be producing iron. And then the aspect of looking at the various parts of the female and the male, I think that is something I can work around with. And the denial of women. Yeah, in some societies, women were allowed to some extent. For example, some would cook and take food for the smelters, but of course they would stand at a distance and these would come and pick the food, but they would not be going exactly to the smelting site. And then there is a recent study by Motetwa et al. In Zimbabwe, whereby it says when the smith is a woman, you find that this lady actually in the contemporary society, she does everything in there. So different societies had different reservations for the place of woman in the ironworking process. But in Butiru in particular, like I said, there was a specialization of roles whereby men did this, women did this, because they told me if a man went to the kitchen, he was supposed to be penalized because that was not his area. And the woman was also not supposed to go in this other side.
Thank you very much. I think my other question goes to your theoretical framework. You used two theories, chain of press, which I would have loved that you simply translate into English.
Operational sequence.
Yes, because it gives it that easy way of appreciating it. And I'm curious to know, you mentioned Andre and the other Andre, the two Andres, but who was the original finder or propounder of this theory? I think you need to check Maury Mouse, who is the original person, because sometimes people use theories others have originated and customize them to what they're doing. And I think that has to come out very clearly at this point. And perhaps lending this discussion on theory to your work throughout, after you talk about the theory, I don't see them again. So in Butiru, which of the two theories does the iron smelting subscribe to?
It's the chain operator, but probably I need to show it more in the discussion.
It's very important that the fact that you present them here and operationalize them later or even acknowledge makes it even more exciting. Thank you very much. And members, I want to also say that I had the fortunate time, and the Dean is not talking about this yet, but both the Dean and I were research assistants in archaeology, and I was the one who worked with the iron smelting and ironsmith. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charlotte. And what Dr. Charlotte did not add is that she's the one who actually introduced me to the team of archaeologists, and that it is now the late Dr. Ephraim Kamhanjire that introduced Charlotte to the archaeologists. So it went on like that. Dr. Kamhanjire is one of the first Ugandans that worked with a team of archaeologists in parts of southwestern Uganda. And he introduced Charlotte, and Charlotte introduced me, brought me on board. And much later, I also introduced Professor Elizabeth Kyazike in the field, and it went like that. We eventually took different routes. But I could tell that history over. So may Dr. Kamhanjire's soul rest in peace. So I'm standing here in two positions. One, as panelist, who is not here, and panelist who is here. So first, Fatumah, I have questions for you from Dr. Nachileza, who was not able to make it. And I hope and manage the database arising from your work for future benefit of society. The second question is, can you comment on how your archaeometallurgical work at Butiru site stimulated community or public interest and their future desire? In other words, these communities where you worked, what was the feedback from the communities, and what are the possible things that they may have asked or would desire? And then you think is what can you propose Makerere University in general and your department in particular to initiate in order to preserve and continue sharing the past memories of the Butiru archaeological site with a wider audience and society? So those are his questions. I'm going to pause there before I come to my own.
Thank you, Doctor, for presenting those questions. What can I do for Makerere University and my department in particular? I think if we could initiate community archaeology, taking archaeology to the people, that would be something that would really work very well towards the preservation of our sites, but also the preservation of our heritage, because people don't know. Like I've already said, they were telling me there are these stones that spoil their halls and they don't know what is with them. And what they used them for was basically for laying foundations for their houses, but they didn't know anything about them. But when we kept on interacting and talking, they realized the value. Actually, there was one person who was really so helpful. In as much as other people were asking for money, he said, this is really pertinent for our history, but also for our heritage. And we really need you people to come in and, conduct more studies so that we really know where we're coming from. And probably it would give us a way for where we are supposed to be going to. The presence of streams, unfortunately, I did not collect any samples from the streams. That's what I can say, but maybe it would have been one thing that I should have considered, but I didn't get any samples from there. And then what would if I had funds to do a chemical analysis, that would ground more evidence for the technologies that were used. For instance, if you get the mineral content of the slag or the ore, then it gives you exactly the kind of ore that these people were using, but also the content or the amount of metallic minerals that are in this particular stones, and then you'll be able to really get more clarification as to why probably we have, for example, slag that has low magnetism. Was it really them having been very skilled people, or was it the type of iron ore that they were using? It would give more insights on the understanding of the subject or on iron production and the technologies that were involved in there. Yeah, the communities were really receptive, because the fact that they would guide me to other places that I would find cultural materials for this study, they were really appreciative, and they want more. They actually want more. If there is an opportunity, they would say, please come back. We also want to be a part of our history. We want to feature somewhere. When we are reading, we want to know that this eastern region or Butiru is here, and this is what at least we have for a contribution to our history and archaeology. And how do I plan to utilize the database? This information is really a lot, and this is just
presence of one of Fatumah's supervisors who has joined us online, Associate Professor Julius Lejju from Barara University of Science and Technology. And also in a very, very special way, acknowledge the presence of Dr. Pastori, who is a very renowned archaeologist, but a special relationship with the candidate in the sense that he is the one who examined the work. And I want also to add that I think that in Makerere we insist very much on privacy and confidentiality of examiners, but I also know that there are universities where the external examiner has to attend the viva, and at the end they are asked whether the student has addressed the questions that they raised and whether they think the dissertation should be passed, or the student should. So they're different. Dr. Shozi, we're very humbled to have you join us on Fatumah, not of iron working this time, but of a PhD making. Okay, so that said, now I'm a panelist. And I have, so first, let me begin with a simple question. So, Fatumah, when you're showing us your findings, the stone tools, you said that one of them was obsidian blade. So for me, as a non-specialist in this area, I was wondering, so how do you know that it's obsidian? How do you help all of us appreciate and believe you that that tool is obsidian? And how do you also know that it was just brought to this place? Because that is what you said. And yet at the same time, you speculate that it was used for circumcision. And so I would want you to throw some light on that, if it is okay, before I go to the second and probably last question.
Thank you, Dr. Pamela. Well, how do we know the different stone? We have a category of rock materials. For example, we have igneous rocks, we have sedimentary rocks, we have another one that I've just forgotten. But these different rocks produce different raw materials. And obsidian is one of the products from the igneous rocks or from volcanic eruptions, and it cools very
I am a historian who uses the archives a lot. And when I was conducting archival research on one of my projects, I got documentation of the Eastern Province and the Director General of the Geological Survey were in conversation, and they were making reference to the presence of iron ore in Butiru, and particularly at a place called Nangwale. To Chigezi. So the question that I have for you is, you list all these different villages, sites, I think you called them. And I was just curious whether your many people there mentioned anything about a place called Nangwale, apart from, of course, Bupoto, which you make reference to. And in addition to the question that Dr. Charlotte, I think, asked about the minerals, again, these archival records indeed show that in 1947, this colonial officials and, of course, the staff at the Geological Department had clearly established that apart from iron ore, there was phosphate in Butiru, and they highly suspected that there would be bauxite as well. And I don't know if, well, so that is as far as I can pick from the archives. And because I wasn't interested in this particular thing at the time I was doing my work, I did not follow it up. And so I think I'm just bringing this up to say that, yes, there might be ways, I know you're dealing with the distant past, but there can also be ways in which the colonial archive can actually give you pointers in terms of what you can do. So that having said that, and I now want to quickly ask a question, which is not my question, but I think I've already answered the question. And one of the questions that came up, I'm trying to get it. So one of the questions that came up online, and I think many people took note of it because about 10 people have inboxed it to me. The question is, does your study imply that there could be evidence of iron ore deposits in Butiru? Yeah, I think that is the question. In Western Uganda, such studies have led to this evidence, especially in repetitive Southwestern Uganda. Or could you consider this as a recommendation for future studies? So this is a question that came from online, and I hope that from the colonial archives of 1947, that there is a kind of response to, yeah, Arenaito region is the one who asked. So Arenaito, I hope that that I have answered the question for the candidate about the possibility of minerals in that part. So I think my suggestion then to you, Fatumah, is with the networks that you established in Butiru, is to try to find out about this place called Nangwale. You could be thinking about a postdoc. Anyway, so that ends my part as a panelist. Now I want to get back to chair. And thank you very much, the panelists, for engaging with the candidate. Thank you, Fatumah. Thank you, Fatumah, for taking us through your work and answering all our questions. I would now like to open up for questions to the audience. So for our online audience, please just put up your hand if you have a question for the candidate. Professor Farouk will help me pick up the questions that have already been placed in the chat. And for our audience here, if you have a question for the candidate, just put up your hand and the mic will come. Dominic. Dr. Makwa, you have to come here. So all those with questions and their hands up, you have to come and queue here because you must speak from here. I'm not bringing the mic to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Fatumah. And thank you so much, Chair, for giving me the chance. I have two questions and one comment. The first is a comment. I saw you have a lot of names of the places from that area. I think you need to cross-check again because some of them may be a misrepresentation. For example, you talk about Buwayo, and there's also another place called Buwaya. So are you trying to mean Buwaya or you are meaning Buwayo? And so many other places I saw, because I also happen to be a member of that community. So what you are talking about, I try to understand it. The first question is about ethics. There's a lot of suspicion by people in that area from Bugobelo. I hope you saw a place called Bugobelo, where people are very suspicious that there's a lot of phosphates, there's a lot of iron ore, and so many other minerals. And so the government is going to displace them. So anybody who does a work of your type is highly suspected. So I'm wondering whether you came across something like that, and if you came about it, how did you handle that? Then second and lastly, you talk about the technology of those people in mining iron. And of recent, there was a factory which was launched, I think in Kabale or Mbarara, where either last year or early this year, where they are talking about mining iron ore. So what good practices can people in Kabale borrow from what you discovered in Butiru as far as mining this iron ore is concerned? Are there any good practices you think those people in Kabale can borrow from what you saw in Butiru? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to add on the questions. Congratulations for this far. Being a leader of cohort 2020, for me, I'm so glad that our group is winding up. Thank you so much.
You deserve Chiboko because this is a time for serious business.
Thank you, Madam Fatumah, for this work. Actually, I'm interested in the work and for the fact that I also love history because history makes today and today is history. So my concern has to do with your limitation. You raised some numbers of limitation and I was wondering, your work focuses on dating these facts. These are these remains which you took them to lab for testing and giving exact date. And you made mention of absolute dating and relative or something dating. So I was wondering, do you have in a session where you are looking at how weather pattern can give maybe wrong dating or maybe a probable date? Because if you use absolute dating and you say relative, then it keeps me wondering. For instance, if you find a bone exposed to the sun and you send it to the lab and you test, it may tell you that this bone is about 15 years, but you find a bone underneath, maybe that bone may be 100 years, but because it's not exposed too much to the sun, it may tell you about 10 years. So I'm wondering if you have in your limitation section where you are pointing your readers to how weather pattern can affect the dating system of the artifacts that you found. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair, you didn't see us, but we are here. Yeah, thank you very much, Fatumah, for your great work. I've been attending PhD defenses in our school, in our college. I think today you really gave us a beautiful time. At some point, I was like, what are you doing here? You should have been said that, you should have been corners. But it's good you belong to us. We love you and we appreciate. I just wanted to make a comment on the issue of menstruation. Yes, I think it's one of those quite misrepresented, misunderstood areas of life. And many times used against women unnecessarily. So my thinking is there is this thing that everybody, male or female, knows that menstrual blood, menstruation is powerful. Menstruation is life-giving. Being pregnant is nurturing. Menstruation is where we begin life. So I'm not in that group that wants to be, you cannot use menstruation against me because it is power. So there is power in menstruation, and like I didn't check how that portion is argued out. Now, on that bit, you need the argument of an anthropologist, and one such anthropologist is Faye Ginsburg, is an American anthropologist. She explores the power of menstruation. On the other side, we have people who see menstruation as being dirty, which I disagree with, the impurity. So I'd like to also propose that you just quickly take a look at another British anthropologist called Mary Douglas, who writes about dirt and purity. She explores how that is understood, and I'd like to believe that by the end of your checking on those two, you'll be able to see how the people in Butiru saw menstruation. They were not just telling you that they do not want to, it's not just that because blood is flowing, therefore you can't go near a site. There is something more sacred about blood. There's something more powerful about a woman carrying a child, that you shouldn't go close to a site where smelting is taking place. And so finally, I also know that when we are thought to be impure, then we are not welcome to certain tables, which I think is the whole bit of what has been already discussed here. Are women being excluded just because they do have the menstrual flow? And so finally, I would like to request that you sort of thicken a little, question the whole thing of menstruation. And again, what is in sex? Why shouldn't I have sex when there is smelting? So it's not even more about the 3 days. Even footballers, some of them are told not to meet women before they play sex, or is it before they have a game? So whether sex is an experience or a game, I also don't know, but at least they say there shouldn't be that experience, because, so what is in sex that it should be, so sacred, maybe sex is sacred as well. And you can see that there's a relationship between sex, menstruation, and pregnancy. The whole thing ends up in power. So we could be talking about power exclusion, power relations under the guise of our culture. So thank you, Fatumah. I'm so proud of your work.
Thank you very much. Four things. I'm not going to elaborate like the previous one on menstruation, but I just want to do four things. One, I really pay my tribute to the department. I'm sorry that we have lost Prof. Just a few days ago, I was looking for him and you assured me he was alive, so it has really shocked me. The second one, congratulations, Fatumah. The third one, to divert from the angle of taking your anthropology, I want to bring you back home. Would you want to look at the issue of 3 days, the issue of clean and unclean, in relation to religion? Since religion is a way of life, how did the way of life of the people in Butiru influence their understanding and their practices? You could look at it in that angle. You don't have to do it now. I'm one of those selfish ones who want to tell you that you've done enough, but a postdoc will be okay in terms of a collabo between the Department of Religion and History. Then two, the fourth one, I would like to hear more of your thoughts, and this is a very selfish one. You talked about taking archaeology to the community. And you know that I'm passionate about that. I like taking things to the community, and every field has to take their field to the community. As someone who is proposing it in your work, and if you haven't, probably this is something you must. How best do we take archaeology to the community? And through your work, we are able also to make a statement to not only government, especially when tackling issues of disparities between science and humanities, because the science that you're doing, no person across outside choose can do it. So can we use your work to even strengthen the statement to say that, to Kayes, to Konas, that you actually need us to give you the foundation? And then go to government to tell them, please make sure you close the salary gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Principal. Thank you very much, Dr. Mpiangu, Dr. Dominic, Dr. Naomi, Professor Peter Womba. Thank you very much for your questions. I would now like, it's already past 1, and we have to bring this to an end. And I'm going to request that the panelists stay in the house and the rest of you stretch a little bit. Please don't go away, we'll call you back once we've passed the verdict. Fatumah, I think you need to run around and stretch a little bit. It will be nice to have you back. Hey, good afternoon. And thank you, Tim, for coming back. Good afternoon, online audience. We are back to conclude this. We've been here for so many hours, and I really don't want to waste any more time. Hajat, how do you feel? You're fine. Okay, that's good. So the panel has deliberated, and I'm very, very excited to announce that Fatumah, you pass and pass very well. Many congratulations. It is not the tradition of this school to announce the marks of the candidates, and I'll stick to that tradition. I'll not announce. Yes, because we respect confidentiality. Because we respect confidentiality. It is one privately, not an announcement here. So again, as expected, the panel observes that there are issues that you need to address before you finally submit the dissertation for graduation. And one of the concerns is why Butiru. And I don't think you're going to ask anybody why Butiru. It is from your working in Butiru and what you found out and all that. It is you to actually give that description and justification of why Butiru and not anywhere else. And then that you need to detail the process of analysis. And this you will work with your supervisor. So if you remember, there had been a concern from the opponent about your analysis, and it's not that it's not there, but it's just that because you're dealing with so much material, and also that you've used different methods, so you need to help. You need to help the reader understand how you actually analyze the work. Okay, link your theories to the findings and discussions. So I think you lay them out very well at the beginning, but we want to see you walk us through the work alongside your theories until you get to the very end. And then the question of gender, we are not sending you back to the field, but that you should explain, a little bit that relation, gender and iron producing techniques. And this should go in your section of ritual where you describe the rituals. And I think you've been given a number of references that can enable you to do that, even if it's just in a paragraph, so that it's not completely ignored. And then you need to give us a thicker and deeper description of Butiru in terms of, its geography, the environment, the economic and social activities. Yes, the people there are largely involved in agriculture, but that's not enough. So if it's agriculture, what exactly are they doing? What kind of agriculture are they involved in, for example? And so in giving that thicker description of Butiru, you also situate it within the larger Bugisu region, so that it's not popping up as though it is an island. Of course, now we talk about, even when you talk about the districts, there's a whole long history of the creation of these districts and all that. And I honestly like that you stick to Butiru and not give the name of the district, because these districts keep growing, being born, conceived and born all the time. Tomorrow Butiru might be a district of its own. Okay, and then looking at your recommendations, we thought you should add a recommendation on policy And I think that comes through, especially when you answered the questions that were raised by Dr. Bob Nakileza. And also something, again, in terms of recommendation, something that could speak to national development. And again, I'm thinking about this in terms of the discussions of the, the possible, the iron ore or the other minerals in the region, but also just in terms of the technology itself and the fact that you still have people, to all writers, whether you're a PhD student or not, clean out your references. All the texts cited in the work should be reflected in your reference section. And all the texts not cited in the work should not appear in your reference section. I found that for myself, I used to suffer with that a lot until I learned to use Zotero, and it makes my life very easy. I don't have to think, what did I read? Because once I get to the end and I want to generate my references, I just click and it will not pick anything that I have not used. Neither will it leave out anything that I entered in text or in terms of footnote when I was preparing the work. So if you've not used a particular if you didn't use a particular application, maybe you might not have the time to go back. But I interest all of us who are in this discipline of writing to learn to use that. It really makes your work easy. And that is why we insist on library training for all the students when they get here, because we want you to take advantage of that and simplify your work. Instead of you looking for, was there supposed to be a comma, was there supposed to be this, where, what is the here, and all that. So clean out the references, edit the work, again, edit, and edit. You don't get tired when people tell you to edit. Again, if you are in the field of writing, even the most celebrated professors edit their work and they continue editing. And I like saying this. I worked on Jan Vansina's archives, and I could see that he's writing an article for one of the journals, and he has over 20 drafts of one article. And he kept all his drafts from when he begins draft 0, second draft, and he numbers all of them until he gets to the version where he finally. If somebody like that taking multiple drafts, who am I? Even if there are 100, I'll write until I finally have something that is clean and good enough. All right. So thank you very much. Many congratulations, Dr. Fatumah Mirembe. So now people will not come to room 59 looking for, we have to ask, which doctor are you asking? To really bring this to a conclusion, thank you very much, everybody, for being here with us. And it's now that moment when those who are ready for photo moment will take photos, but also when Fatumah might want to say one or two things. She might just want to say, you were so hard on me and I hate you, but it's finally done. Thank you.
Don't make me cry. I'm lost for words. Thank you so much for being here, holding on. I didn't realize I took 1 and I don't know how many minutes on my presentation, but thank you so much. I would like to thank my mentors, seriously, Professor Kyazike Elizabeth, we've come a long way. We've really come a long way, and there are no words to say thank you, but thank you. My office mates, my dean, thank you for holding on to the frustrations, the complaints, a lot of things. I'll just come and unload on her. Doctor, me, these things are, and she says, Fatumah, you have to do this. This is what we do. We have to do it. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. Hey, my cohort mates, you people have been so, you've been there for me. Thank you so much. Maureen, my accountability partner, my twin. Normally, I remember one time Farouk would say, Fatumah, where is your twin? You people, I always see you together. It wasn't necessarily seeing us together, but it was all about the work. I just met Maureen when we started on our journey of this PhD, but I can say she has really turned out to be a really good friend in a number of things. Not to say that Sam, Judy, Mana, and Ellen and the rest that didn't do anything, but well, I have to say this. My parents are not here. They had said they would be on. Not sure whether they are still on or they went off, but I really appreciate my parents. My dear son Isaac, he really gave me momentum to go on because he believes he wants to be an archaeologist like mom. So it is something very big, but I'm just saying thank you for everything. And yeah, that's so